Hello, welcome to the Cornerbird Studio. I'll be working on my Mermay work in progress sculpt. I want to finish it before May ends, so I'll work out on this. I'm not confident of finishing this, and I'm kind of procrastinating a bit because I feel like there's so much work to do. But before I start, there is something that I want to talk about that I hope that is not too heavy. Kind of more like a live update kind of thing, a Cornerbird live update. So if you're a long-time viewer of my live streams or my Twitter or Threads account, it's pretty obvious that I have depression. For context, the main reason why I started my live streams and daily posting on Twitter was to somehow find a way to overcome my feelings of anxiety. I had no idea what I was doing, still have no idea even now what I'm doing. But at the start, as I did more and more live streams, I felt conflicted and quite hypocritical, frankly, when I'm voicing out my mental problems by myself. But at the same time, I don't really want to dwell on it when talking about it with someone else. And I also feel wretched when my brain is constantly trying to figure things out, knowing that almost everyone around me don't really want their problems solved. Like, they just want a listening ear. So I think that the mentality of wanting to fix my anxiety came from the realization before I started my live streams that I have been dwelling on my depression over and over, and I thought that I would get better if I just talked about it and felt heard. But more than 10 years later, I catch myself saying the same things over and over again, and I'm still in the same trap of dwelling in the mistakes of my past or ruminating on the feelings that I'm not an average normal person, which for some reason really drags me down. Hello, Sculptura. I'm just talking a little bit about life. And yeah, like it's it's probably from the fact of like it's like a human survival instinct to want to fit into a community so that you're safe from the dangers of the wilderness. But there's like no jungle out there right now, and in this modern safe environment, it's so easy, especially for me, to sit on these feelings all day and get nothing done. So I knew that I had to do something different, and I want to be able to accept myself for who I am. So that means accepting that I want to be a full-time artist and I want to do my YouTube thing, even though I'm struggling. And I do want to problem solve the issues that I have. Like, that's just my innate nature, which is probably why like I love sports climbing a lot, bouldering especially, because it's a lot of problem solving on the wall. And I also realized that to fix something permanently is all about doing something small consistently for a very long time, like whether or not that's daily or weekly or monthly, like whatever rows your boat. And for me, I have to do it daily, or else it's so easy for me to stop. Which brings me to where I am right now at this point in life. I have my not so consistent live streaming and my daily social media posting. And I usually post about tiny things that I learn every new day, which now that I look back on, like, it's like fucking cool that I've learned so many new things, and I'm still so excited to keep learning forever more. Like, recently I learned about how to use planner tool more, planner and crease tool more effectively, I think. I don't really know, but I will do that later on. And also like learning how to use curve repeaters like for various things, because I think earlier on I kind of just used curve repeaters for very standard stuff, I think. Yeah, but anyway, like on top of that, I'm about like I guess I haven't really talked about this before, but I'm like 1.5 years into daily journaling, and it was like a random practice that I picked up from the actress Emma Watson, and it's so random. Like, it was just a It was just like an interview about like what's in her bag. And then she started talking about her journal, about what she does every day. And it is to like write 3 things that give her joy and 3 acts of kindness from, I guess, like from me or someone else, and 3 things that I did that I'm proud of. And all of these would be things that happened the day before. And like it was kind of coincidental that I came across that interview, and I felt like the purpose of recalling these positive memories of the previous day resonates with me. So that's what I've been doing too for a really long time. Like I guess 1.5 years plus is like a really long time to me. Every day. And so like I started all of this with no clue as to like what would come out of them. And like honestly, most of the time I feel like I'm doing something wrong. And hello, Daniel. Thank you so much. And anyway, like I just kept thinking like maybe all this is just like so wrong and I'm doing everything wrong. But I just keep pushing anyway. And I'm so glad I did, because over 1.5 years in, I realized that my new daily habits have made a positive change on me. So like I had my birthday recently, and like I don't know if it's just me, but I feel more sentimental and stressed out when the date is approaching. And like now that it's passed, I guess I still feel quite sentimental. And that's why I decided to talk about this too. But like I don't have a great memory of the good times in life. And instead my brain latches onto the bad ones pretty damn well. Which is probably why I'm also quite depressed. And like it's really good at surfacing during this time of the year. Like whether I like it or not. But then I realized that this year, like this time around, when the bad memories started flooding in, like instead of drowning in them as usual, I'm able to recall at least one good memory in recent times, and I guess use that as a lifeboat to sail safely along my river of anxiety. I don't know what kind of imagery I'm trying to do. And like that's pretty awesome, because I don't think you can eliminate depression fully, and I don't think it's healthy to like want to completely eradicate something either. And the way that I picture myself, like what I will be like in the future, is that I'll be flowing with the currents of my emotions when they do come, and let them exist, because they are all a part of me and they make me who I am today. And then let the negative parts go their own way. At least that's like my ideal scenario, I think. But yeah, like this may not sound like anything to, especially if you're like you don't know how depression feels like. But when I think back on how the week went, like it's kind of like fucking insane, like how my daily habits has changed me, like just ever so slightly for the better. And like I'm able to do one small thing of recalling a good memory and make that tiny thing like a big part of my day. Like something, and that is something that I'm aware that I couldn't have done, like I couldn't do for so many years. And most importantly, I'm able to channel the mental energy that would have been previously like gone down the drain to create Nomad Sculpt tutorials for you guys. So like I guess that's like another very exciting side effects. Is it called side effects if it's a good thing? Anyway, I have a macropad tutorial coming up, and I'll get back to that after I finish this, because I want to finish this before the May ends. Like this is supposed to be a Mermay thing, but then it's like approaching the end of May and it's not done yet. Kind of freaking out. Anyway, that is what I wanted to share today. Just a little bit of life update. that I want to share that small positive daily habits do work for my kind of mental struggles, and it just takes a lot of time and dedication. Like, part of the difficulty is also finding a habit that you can stick with for a really long time. Like, I failed multiple times before because like my previous daily habits were either like too much work for me to commit to, or like I just lost interest in them. Like, for example, if like the previous style of journaling that I did, like it just didn't resonate with me, so I just stopped doing it after a while. And yeah, so like now that I've found commitments that I can stick with, like I know that the change in my muscle memory, because like muscle memory is not, I feel like it's not just for like physical muscle memory. I think that is like a mental muscle memory too. And like the muscle memory for my outlook in life, like I can feel some permanent changes to it, and that's really awesome. Like it's not perfect, and I can still like rebound in some sense, but it's like just knowing that I'm 1% better than last time, like that 1% is like fucking huge, like compared to 0 or negative 1%. Yeah, and like it feels so, I guess it might sound really weird, but it feels so refreshing, like even if it's just for a minute, to see the world as like a cup half full rather than a cup half empty. Like, it kind of sounds super lame when I talk about it. But let me just show you the turntable bit. Yeah, it sounds so lame when I talk about it like that. But you know, like it's always about the small wins of the day. And speaking of flowing with the river, it's time to sculpt some hair. That's it for the live updates. I'm gonna shut up now and start doing this. Oh my god, so much to do. I feel like this is probably the first, like I kind of like lost track of my different projects. I feel like it was months ago that I was working on Night Rain, and then after that disappeared and like went nowhere. And then I'm like doing all this random stuff. But yeah, and also thank you for the 400 subscribers. Thank you so much. I have crossed 400. Exciting news. Like, I know that my stuff is not really like YouTube content. Like all my things are not social media worthy, I guess. But yeah, thank you for sticking around, and thank you for liking my stuff. Thank you for all the like all the support. It's like I guess like it's very hard to explain how like just one comment can carry through the week for me. And yeah, I'm trying not to cough right now, by the way. Oh my god, I was like trying to hold it in, but yeah, I'm not really sure what happened. Like I don't think I'm falling sick. Like, am I falling sick? But like my throat started feeling dry and irritated a few days ago, and it just feels like I'm not sure whether you have it, but COVID was like pretty bad for me in terms of coughing. Like my cough was so bad, and then ever since then, like whenever I get some sort of cough, it feels like the wow, I don't even know how I like held on for so long, like talking about those stuff, and then now maybe that's why now my coughing's coming in. But try not to cough. I'm so sorry if the mic is too loud, my cough. But anyway, like it feels more like a nerve kind of irritation every time now. Like I'm not sick, but then my nerves in my throat are like freaking out. They're like, oh, cough, like go on and cough all you want. And I'm like, I don't want to cough, like, and I want sick. But yeah, drink more water, yes. I feel like water is not helping. But the good news is that I'm not sick and I can exercise, but then I guess the bad news is that it's not really that good for live stream. What am I doing? Oh, you're right. So I want to show, because I think I haven't shown this. I think the last time I showed this, it was also quite I think last time I showed it was like this. You can see like all the, oh my god, I don't like that defocus changing. The last time I showed it, it was kind of just like this. So nothing much has happened yet. And then since then, I've worked on some lighting change and some lighting change and some what is it? Oh, like hair sculpt. So, and then I've used this partly for my tutorial recording for the next one. So the idea I have now is that I'll finish this sculpt and then yeah, like I don't even know how much I want to use for my tutorial and all that. I guess the idea that I have in my mind would be to yeah, the idea I have would be to like it's like the ideas I have in my head is just like incoherent. But so like I've recorded the tutorial where I explain like each buttons for this. And then I was thinking like the next section would be all about like how I use the tutorials together with the tutorials. How I use the macropad for like practical sense, you think? But like I'm not really sure how much to show and how much to delete off as usual. Actually, where did I stop yesterday? I guess I stopped somewhere on here. Wait, it looks so pretty. Like it's so pretty. So as I mentioned in another live stream, like these were animals that I sculpted when I went to the zoo. So like, I think, what was it called? I think it's called River Wonders or something. Like I find it funny how like I'll go to the staff at the zoo and I'll be like, where's the bird park? And then they're like, the bird park? You mean bird paradise? And I'm like, yeah, bird paradise. Where's bird paradise? And I think it was like the same for this. I think I asked like, oh, which way is it to River Safari? And they were like, do you mean River Wonders? And I'm like, yeah, like whatever. I guess like they have to put the branding on point or something. So yeah, like this was the Ara primer. I don't really know what I want to do with them actually. Cause like, what is it? Because this is the matte cut mode, you can see that there's zero painting on them. And then if I go to, I wish that there's a way to disable this tapping thing, because it's like if I've already set the defocus to one point like this, then like, I don't want it to keep changing around like that. Although I guess it's cool to see it that way. But I guess like I wish that it was more of an eyedrop kind of thing, instead of like, let's say if I close this like that, it's still changing. So like I don't really know what the practical use for this is, because like I would think that once you set a camera view, that you probably don't want to keep changing. It's like I'll go, let's say if I'm turning around here and then click on this, then it'll stop immediately. And especially if there's a lot of geometries floating around, then it becomes a hassle to like select the defocus all the time. But anyway, I'm just admiring how this looks right now. It looks pretty cool. So if I look at, oh right, so I have my macro keys. Not sure if they can see it. I guess you can see it. So I have my macro keys on the screen. And I put it, I guess this corner is pretty good. I don't even know like how big I should put it. Maybe like this. Can I even see it? I guess I'll just do it big enough so that I can see it. So there's this macro key, which like hopefully if I put it on screen, I think like, yeah, I guess this. Hopefully if I put it on screen, I'll be able to I'll be able to remember my macro keys, because it has changed quite a lot in the past few months. I think I was changing it right before, like I was changing some of them right before or during my tutorial recordings. Hello Oscar, long time no see. What a lovely new artwork. Yes. I'm trying to finish something. Thank you so much. I really like it too. Like I'm not sure whether it's visible, but I realized that I can use my old renders for the background HDRI, and yeah, it's really nice. Like this is part of my sculpt. I'm not sure that it's visible. Actually, can I even? Yeah, like this is part of my sculpt, and it kind of looks like some underwater rock looking thing. So I was like, oh cool, it looks like it fits. I'm trying to orientate myself. Oh wait, I should bring some music. Never ends, yes. The art just keeps coming. Okay, so let me see. I'm going to, what am I going to do? So I think the animals are not really that if I put so when I put the defocus there, it's like the colors kind of matches, I guess. Like this is a dugong gray, and then the fishes are kind of, I don't know, but they're like they're not important. So, and like arrow primers are pretty gray. I know that they have a bit of a redness to them. So I'm gonna leave them alone. Now, because I have quite a tight deadline, I'm going to show you. So previously with this one, you can see like my lines are kind of like neater in some sense. Like this, especially. Like they're kind of more how to say, they kind of look, they are kind of neater, I guess. So when I come here, when I'm sculpting this, if like I do the same method, it's gonna take a really long time. And so like the past few days I've been testing out using the same tools, which is the crease tool, which is this button here. And this crease tool has filter. This crease tool has the front facing vertex only. And that means that if I do a thin, that means that if I sculpt on a really thin mesh like this, it shouldn't how to say, I think I'll just demonstrate like this. You can see if I have front facing off, it starts drawing on the other side. And then I have the brush tool. I actually haven't been using the brush tool because now I have the planner tool, and with the planner tool it's with the planner tool, that's like, I feel like it gives a lot more details really fast. And it's not doing what I want, right? Why are you not doing what I want all the time? So you can see like these bridges. It's not that prominent. Maybe here. Oh yeah. So you can see that it creates all these how to say, what are these things called? Anyway, these shapes. And it's been quite nice to create details like this really fast. So like, I think especially for this one, I think I'll just clean this out a bit. And sometimes it gives a really sharp edge. Like that. Like this. And then it's yeah, like if I use the brush tool, it, how to say, like it feels really uniform. Oh, but actually this is nice. I'm still like trying to figure things out along the way. You know what? I think they all have their own. They all have their own nice qualities to them. So brush tool, drag tool, crease front, vertex, planner tool, crease. Should bring it down. Yeah, these are the tools that I use. So I guess I should write that for my tutorial. Brush, crease, planner. I think the other thing is like I'm trying not to look at, like make eye contact with my macropad. but then it's so hard to not like look at my macropad. Like maybe I need to block this from my view. Cause like my boyfriend recently just got the split keyboard, and he was looking up on how other people set things up, or like how people remember their setups. And one of the things that you should do if you have like macro keys and stuff is like to not look at your keyboard, because looking at it kind of makes you like it doesn't force you to remember the keys. So like I have this keyboard for quite a while, but then I still haven't memorized them. And of course it's also partly because I have been changing the macro pads a lot. Like I guess I've already like all the buttons that don't have tape on them like this. It's because I've already changed them completely. So I guess these are like the remaining survivors of the old keyboard. I think this is not. Oh wait, no, this is correct. Still orientating myself. It takes a while to like reboot. Like what my muscle memory of doing all these things. Which is also why I decided to talk about like what has been going on recently. I see, like this is so nice. Like it's very hard to like explain why this is nice, but I like it a lot. I feel like it vibes with me. So I think the planet tool doesn't have anything extra, because I don't really like to change my brushes. But then the thing is that I don't remember if I changed anything in the first place. I think I didn't change anything. I think the only thing that I changed is by default this is the way the planet tool works. It goes inward to the sculpt. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll just keep it. But I've set it to save it such that whenever Nomad Sculpt opens, it will be the opposite direction. And that way I use it more as a drawing thing like this, rather than like a flattening, because planet tools are meant for, like, let's say if I do this, planet tool is meant for things like this, like creating a flat edge like this. Maybe I should do that for my tutorial. Maybe like that. But the way that I'm using planet tool is more for a drawing kind of thing. Oh my god, I hope I didn't. I don't even know why I did that. Wait, I need to save as a new. What am I doing? Remember to save as a new file. Something else that I like to do is to have all these camera viewports, and then I'll use it to save my thumbnails like this, which is really nice, I think. Let me, what's the date today? Because I've talked about how I like to save my thumbnails to like something to kind of like showcase what I've worked on for that specific file. So, I mean, it's a bit hard to see, I guess, but I think I worked on her eyelashes and stuff for this file. Maybe I should just, I'm thinking, like, should I just zoom in a little bit more? So I can zoom in like this. I think I can't even see it. I guess it's fine. And then 6, 7. Which one's this? 5, 6, 7. And I had to save that way because Nomad Sculpt displays the file based on which is the latest modified file. So I'm just like saving. This one was version. This one's version 5. This is version 6. So I'm just like saving them again so that they are in order like this. And then now I'm on version 7. Close this. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah, like I guess dynamic topology. I keep forgetting that dynamic topology like switches off whenever I open a new file. Like after I realized that my daily habits kind of tweak the way that I look at, just tweak like my outlook in life in general, I was thinking like, wow, it's really, really cool. Like it's really cool to learn that you can change something which kind of like most people would just write it off as like, oh, I was born that way, and so like there's nothing much that I can change about it. And I hope that if you're struggling with something similar as me, like I wouldn't say that my depression is severe or anything, but it is like causing a lot of problems with doing work in general. Like I hope that is helpful to you too, because I know how hard it can get. And like I understand that some people, or at least like most people, just prefer to talk it out and just like talk it out and deal with it when it comes. But I feel like I want to learn how to get better, and that is why I did all those things to try and get better, and it did work out for me. So it's really cool. So you can see like I'm doing really random stuff right now. And that's the idea that I have. Is that because I have this much to work on and I don't really have a lot of time. Because after this, I kind of want to... Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like I tried painting her and all that stuff, but then I feel like the paint wasn't working out for this particular project. So I'm like, my god, I need to remember to do things. Let me get my music. It's nice to listen to my favorite music while working. But yeah, like the paint wasn't working out. And like I thought that when I was doing this, I kind of like, oh, I figured everything out by now. But then, oh man, like it feels like I've hit another roadblock. So that kind of sucks. But I don't know, maybe when I figure out what I want to do with this one, that I'll learn, like I would have an upgrade in my understanding of how I want to paint 3D objects. But yeah, for now it's like it's really not working out for this one. And I'm not really sure whether it's because it's so messy. Like it might be the case, like why it's like that. I'm not really sure. It just wasn't working out. Struggling every day. Okay, I want to push this in. So I'm just like switching between crease tool. I need to remember to be on this side. Crease tool, brush tool, planet tool, and I guess that's it. My brain keeps thinking like, oh, you have some more tools under your sleeves, and I'm like, no, wait a minute, it's just those three. So I'm just drawing like in and out randomly in the hopes that it will look nice. So it did look nice. That's really how I'm just doing all this. And if it doesn't look nice, then I'll just undo it. So that looks pretty nice, I would say. We're talking about like what? Talking about the things that I said earlier. I feel like one of the surprising things, which was also why I wanted to talk about it, was that because my daily habits were so small and they feel so they feel so like puny and like insignificant. But because of that, like the changes every day doesn't really feel like anything. And like sometimes it even feels like I'm making like backward progress, because I'll be like, I don't know, like hormonal fluctuations or like something really shitty happened on that day, and then I'll be like, wow, I'm not making any progress at all. But I guess like the beauty of doing things consistently and like just doing a little bit every day to like just build up the hours and the practice in it is that like one day it will just like suddenly click, and then you realize that like, whoa, like something changed and the change is significant. Anyway, that's what I felt last week. I was like, wow, like it, like something is working, and it was really cool. And I just wanted to voice it out to the world, I guess. So very random stuff. What's this? I think maybe 100 is too little. Maybe I'll go like, because I keep getting all these things, and usually when that happens, I keep forgetting that I need to like keep it. Let me make it right. Can I make it brighter? Yeah, I keep feeling like I'm getting all these artifacting, and like sometimes it's fine, but then it just tells me that like, oh, it's about time for me to go up the dynamic topology detail. So I'm going to do that. So that's like this part pretty much done. This part is a bit messy. Like it's not distinct. So I'm going to put like some hope that it's going to do some magic for me. Okay, it's like a little bit more distinct, I guess. So I'm thinking because this whole part is quite this whole part is quite a big area. So I'll need to make the shapes more distinct. And like I don't like this straight line right now. So I'm going to drag it out a bit like this. And then man, this part just I need to stop bothering though. Like this is the back view. Stop it. Keep telling myself to stop. I really like how this looks. I don't know how it happened, but I think some planet tool thing. So I'm gonna try and see if I can get it again. I mean, sometimes I even just like undoing and redoing just to see if I like the change, and I guess I like it, so I'll keep it. So the thing with the planner tool is that I don't really know when it does something like this or something like that, or when like something like this one. So I'm just like clicking around and oh my god, so nothing's working out. Oh, but this is working out. And also being mindful of the side view. Being mindful of side view and side view and the back view, top view, every view. And then trim tool. I need to remember where I put my split tool and my trim tool. So I think I want to bring something out over here. Because like I have these strands over here. Okay, I need to remember this side of the screen. Actually, it would be better if I put the Nomad keys here. You know what? I feel so stupid. I should just oh, look at this. It's in. I should have just done this. put these cute stuff inside. Okay. And then rough image transform is this plus this. And then I can move it like this. I really like this hotkey, because in the past, if you want to move the reference image like this, then you have to do it like that, which is like I don't even know how I like could stand doing that. But now it's just Command V and then just moving this around like here. I need to switch off. Let me see. It's so much easier to move the reference image like this, because and I think it's this is the hotkey for this button right here. So if you go under bindings, I don't remember which one it is. Which one is it? Is it view? Oh yeah, so under render, background transform, then this is the same button as this one, which allows you to move this around. I think it's like one of my favorite hotkeys so far. Like one of the new hotkeys that I like. I don't know what the hell happened here, but I really like it a lot. all these like random accidents that happen, and I'm like, I guess it's good that it worked out. See, like sometimes the design that I don't know, it's too bright. Sometimes the design that I have on my sculpt is really just pure accident, like this. And then I will build upon that accident. This one's not good though, so I smooth this out. So which one do I want? Oh yeah, split tool. So I'm going to make a new hair strand right now, like this, and then split tool like this, like that, and smooth this out. So that's how I make new hair strands. Then with dynamic topology on, which is buggy right now, I can move this here. Maybe I just move this whole thing here. I just want something to float out of here a bit. So that's what this one is doing. Although I'm not really sure whether or not I like the way it looks like from this view. But maybe it doesn't matter if it's a bit thinner. Because it's not too bad, I guess. And I can even just like rotate like this. I think I found out that there is a way to rotate if you're not using the Apple Pencil Pro, which is you have to smooth. I think you have to hold this down. Is it hold this down? Well, I don't remember, but someone made a tutorial for that. So it is possible to do the rolling with the drag tool with just something along this line. So I'm going to make these a lot smaller. And it doesn't matter if it breaks up like this. Like if anything, I want it to break up sometimes. So that's how I made this kind of thing, like here. Or this one. It's just, I just smooth it until it disappears out of existence. So like this, and like that. I'm just not sure where I want it to break up from, maybe here. And then now I need to think about the side view. Maybe like that. And this is so hard. Okay, maybe like this. And I hope that this looks, I hope that this looks good. Guess not bad, I think. And that is one new hair strand done. It's pretty fast, right? I think like my tip for hair strands would be, I think now I can go even brighter. Actually, not really sure. Like my tip for hair strands would be to like just pull out the whole length of it and then like do the twist and turning thing, and then you look at, after that, look at the different angles like this. So I think this one is still a little bit straight for me, so I'm just gonna like just push it a little bit, and that's done. And it kind of gives quite a lot of details somehow. It's super fast, and like it feels a bit more empty like this, and then I'm kind of covering all these emptiness with this. So I guess this is the upper side relatively done, I think. And I always like things like this that goes out like that. I really like this. So this part is a bit hidden, so I'm just going to do random lines like that. I think it's not purely random though, because I was thinking like, if I give this to someone who doesn't know how to sculpt, would it be as easy as just like drawing random lines like that? I don't have a clue. So see, this part is done right now. It's quite fast. Oh my god, I need to stop looking at my macropad. I need a mirror here. I mean, oops. I need a wall here. I need to remember to not use my thumb. So maybe like this. So when I feel like I've used the crease tool quite a lot, then it's about time for me to go to another tool. Like the planet tool would be nice for this. I'm quite mindful that because this is a part where it turns this way. So I want to emphasize the sculpt going in that direction in this, I guess, this cave over here. So because of that, I am like intentionally drawing inwards a lot more than I am drawing outwards, if that makes sense. And sometimes, so in the past when I draw with the crease tool or any tool, I'll kind of like draw like this. Which is nice, I guess. But then it's a bit slow, and it's also like very I don't really know how to. Why is this sticking out? Like you can see that the vibe of this sculpt is different from the other sculpt that I did. So what I'm doing instead right now, which I guess just fits this sculpt at the moment, would be like sometimes I'll go like in and out even at the same area like this. Actually, this is too even. What am I doing? Yeah, I guess it's just more random, I guess. And also not being afraid of going in at where I've already drawn outwards. But maybe it's like quite hard to explain. And then when I feel like the shape is too straight like this, I can use the drag tool. Like this. I guess this looks nice. And I don't know whether I should go this way or that way. If nothing works out, then just draw more lines. And if nothing's going away, just stop working on that area for now. Let's work on this one. Actually, having the Nomad Sculpt keys over here is not bad. But maybe I'll Maybe I can move it up here. Is this blocking the way? Maybe here. Okay. And then I feel like maybe it's not big enough. Shit, how big should I make it though? It's too big. Maybe this too big. Like this? Okay. This looks really nice right now. I really like what I did just now. But then I accidentally I undid it too fast. No, I want what I got just now. So it's tricky when I'm on the edge. And like the thing with the planet tool of not knowing when it does these kind of things, like sometimes it's really flat like this, and then sometimes it's not. But like I guess I don't understand it enough to know like when it will do something and when it doesn't. But I guess I'm trying to do it as fast as I can. So like something with the front facing vertex only is that when you're drawing on the edges of things, sometimes Nomad Sculpt wouldn't be able to tell like which one is the front, which one's the back side for this. And that's why these kind of artifacts happen. Like this. But then I'll just move it out. But there's something to consider about front facing vertex only. Oh, this is so nice. Yeah, I don't really know like when does it do this and when does it do that, like this super flat thing. Like I feel like the angle of the camera kind of matters. Like drawing from here or drawing from here. Yeah, no man. Cause this is kind of like quite far away. So I am trying to do bigger shapes with this. I guess I don't really want it to be that big either. Not sure. Might be fine. It feels pretty fast doing this. It also feels less tiring on my brain because I'm not really thinking about it that much. Like, I think this is, besides the time constraint, I feel like this is quite a chill, quite a chill sculpt. Just need to fix this. And one of the things that I found difficult with the macropad tutorial is, like, I don't know how to name these keys. But I was kind of just telling myself that if the tutorial really sucks, then I'll just do it again in the future. Like, no big deal. And I think this is the... Oh, this one's quite visible because this is the front. Although it looks quite nice this way. And like one of the reasons why I can kind of go pretty random with my brushstrokes is that the overall shape of the hair, I'm quite happy with it. So like, because the big shapes are settled, then you kind of like the details doesn't really matter anymore because they don't really change the overall shape that much. But that's why I'm really going at it super fast right now. Like that. So I think this one's not that visible. Okay. I'm still trying to be mindful of the thickness of this. I think it's alright. Wait, isn't this? Huh. Why is it not working? My X-ray is not working. Oh, God, so stupid. Yeah, Yeah, it's not really that easy to see with X-ray. What's this? Hmm. I always find this kind of places where it turns quite difficult. That's because I need to stop thinking about like it. There's a lot more surface rotation to go around. So yeah. So maybe something like this is good. Something like this. Maybe it goes around like this. I don't really know. Yeah, I was hoping that the more strokes I put down, I was just hoping like, oh my god, the more strokes that I put down, the more it will talk to me and be like, yes, this is the right way. But I'm just feeling so confused right now. So it's not really. I think I'll just like come back to it later. Hmm. I was thinking that the part of the, because the tutorial is kind of just going through my macro keys and explaining a little bit of the logic behind why I decided to put my macro keys on it. And like I don't really find the reason to like talk that much about how I sculpt, because I feel like the way that I sculpt is too specific, I guess. Too specific in the case that I don't even understand it myself, I guess. I don't even know like why I'm going in and why I'm going out at certain times. But I want to have, so especially with thinner pieces like this, I want it to kind of like spiral around. And I've been trying to practice this a lot more recently, but it's still quite hard, I guess. But I'll try to do this, where I'll go around like this. So I will draw a guideline first that spirals around, and then go in like this. Yeah. So I think so far it's kind of working out. I think. I don't know. Is it working out or not? So like emphasize the roly thingy. And then it's not, and I guess use things like planner tool to, no I can't. Maybe use the inflate tool or the drag tool. I like to use the drag tool to like pull shapes out, especially if they're too thin and the inflate brush is not working out. Then this can be nice. Maybe something like this. I guess it's not bad. Which one is this? And like in some camera angles, the bottom hair is not even inside. Like I guess this one is visible. Okay, so this one. I think it's one of the important things that I learned in the past. When did I learn this? I don't remember. But it's so good to set up cameras for your sculpt. So I have a bunch of cameras set up for this. And I think it helps, especially if you're like a slow artist who just never gets things done like me, then it helps to center your focus on what you need to do, because it's so easy to just like go in one area and just be stuck at it for a really long time. And whenever I feel like just now I felt like I was taking too long on one section here, then I was like, I need to like pull myself back immediately. So it's, and sometimes it's like when you're working so close up and then you force yourself to look back at the overall picture, then I think like the perspective of what I feel I need to do, like why I need to get things done, changes a little bit, because there's like a perspective shift, I think. Because like I think in most cases there'll be this feeling of, oh, I suddenly don't need to do that much anymore. And I think that kind of gives me some relief, I think. Okay, so I want to work on this area, but this part is blocking me. So I think, why did this disappear? Why did that disappear? Wait, why did it disappear? Wait, why did it reset? I don't understand. What did I do? I didn't even notice that this disappeared suddenly. I was doing this for my JoJo stuff. I love this so much. Okay, let's not sidetrack. I don't know why this disappeared. So I have the hide tool on this macropad, and I'm not going to look, and I'm going to look. I'm like so tempted to look at this right now. Did I press the wrong? I don't know. So with the hide tool activated, I can select this area here and hide that away. Maybe I'll do a bit more like this, maybe. Then I can focus. Now I can focus on this section here. So it's so hard to not look at the macropad. What are you doing? What's this? Oh, I need to hide this too. Okay. Oh my god, I keep looking at the macropad. So one of the things with macropads is you have to build the muscle memory for, like, it's a thing, like, to build muscle memory for what you're pressing. And so like looking at the keys and like pressing while you're actively looking at the keys, it kind of prevents you from building from building that muscle memory. So when I heard about that, I was like, like, oh yeah, it kind of makes sense. Like there is some muscle memory involved in like learning how to type on a normal keyboard, for example. I guess even just about like thinking that the glass is half full is also a muscle memory. Like all these things are muscle memories. I feel like I feel the muscle memory working really well when I'm climbing on the wall, because like we're trying to actually, let me just show you. But I'll show you after I go for a toilet break. Let me write this down. It's like a tradition at this point. Toilet. And I don't like this. I'm gonna change this into demanded corner bird. Okay, it's cute. Okay, I'll just put it here for now. And I'm back from the toilet break. Yeah, I just wanted to show something that I found really cool. Not sure whether I'm sorry if it's out of focus, but I don't want to change my defocus level. Anyway, that's me. Hello. Yeah, like So I was climbing this it's like in bouldering terms, in climbing terms, when you reach the top, it's called topping the climb, topping the holds. And I managed to top this one. And like, it's really cool because it's my first time doing a climb where it involves a toe hook. So what that means is that, let's say if, it's a bit hard to see from this angle here, but let's say this is I guess this is like the foot and this is the leg. And then there's like a climbing hold here. So using the top of your foot to like hook like that. So the foot here, the ankle, and then the leg. So it was I think that was like the first problem ever where I had to toe hook. But yeah, like it's very hard to see. And I have my injury here. And yeah, so because it was my first time toe hooking, I had like zero muscle memory, and also I don't have the strength to like pull from the top of my foot, because it's like, where in real life do you ever need to do that? I guess maybe if you play football, I'm not sure. But so like I spent maybe 3 sessions of climbing just holding this position. It's not even holding this position. Like I spent 3 sessions of climbing just to do this move. Like this move alone. And then like I can't move at all. Like I would just be stuck there and then hanging on to dear life. Like don't let go. Wait, that's a toe hook. It's a bit hard to see. Is it easier to see if it's like, nope. And then yeah, so like I'll just spend those 3 sessions like throughout the weeks just to get that hook over there. And then finally on this day when I did it, it felt like the muscle memory kicked in, and also I have like the strength to do it, and it just felt like magic. Well, the climb is still, let me just play it completely. The climb was still very hard. Why not playing? The climb was still pretty hard, but then I'm just gonna let it play. I'm really proud of this. I'm proud that I managed to do this with an injury on my hand. So that's like fucking dope. Look at me struggling at not too easy but also not that hard climb. I still have a long way to go. Yeah, like I think with climbing, I have so many opportunities to feel muscle memory, and I try to apply that to my artworks too, or like my sculpting techniques and all that. Like I feel like there's quite a lot of muscle memory involved. I want to change my music. Where was I? I think it was here. Yeah, all these things that I'm doing is, I think a big part of it is muscle memory. And I think in the past I didn't really feel like that was, or like I guess I didn't know that was a thing, I guess, like muscle memory. Or like how fast I didn't know how fast the body can adapt to that. But I feel like especially with doing climbings and doing different types of problems, I'm not sure that that's nice. You're doing different types of moves, learning new techniques and skills, that like I'll try to learn something new in one session, and then in 2 days, will it be 2 days? Like sometimes it'll be 2 days, or sometimes it'll be 4 days later. Is that nice? No. Oh, that's nice. Okay. It'll be like 2 days or 4 days later, I'll come back and attempt to do the same move that I just learned. And I think like I still get so surprised, even right now, like after doing it so many times, at like how fast the body learns a move. Because like in the first few sessions, it will be like, it'll just be like the most tiring thing, just trying to like, oh, right hand goes here, and then right foot press on this, left foot smear the wall, and it's like just so many things going on. But like the next few times that I try to do the same move, then like I can feel like intuitively my body is like getting into position, like the correct position that I have practiced like over and over again. And then I can spend like more effort on fine-tuning the different, like maybe let's say if the climbing hole is here, then I can fine-tune like instead of my hand going here, instead of my hand going here, then I'll put my hand here so that my left hand can go to this area here. Things like that. Like it starts becoming easier to think about the next thing. I feel like it's pretty similar to this, where I'm not really thinking that much anymore about when I switch the tools and all that stuff. Like I just feel like I want to use the crease tool right now, or the drag tool right now. Because in my mind I'll be like, I want to move these things now, and then I'm just like pressing that. Also because the drag tool has been one of my oldest. I think like the drag tool has always been here on my macropad, and I haven't changed it once. So I know that I'm pressing that key all the time. So I think this part is done. I just need to make sure that the rounded areas are always just so hard for me to think about it. So feel like spending too long in this section. Why did this disappear again? Which one is doing it? Why does this switch off? So now that I'm done with this section, I think it looks pretty good. Then I want to, oh, I see. I forgot. Let me see. Okay, I figured it out. It's because of the cameras. So let me... I'll just put it for one camera. So there's this image thing over here, the icons here. And you can put reference image for any of the camera views. So right now, just now I kept changing the camera view and then I forgot that this was a thing. So now I set a camera view for this to just have this on the screen. And then when I rotate out of it, then the reference image is here. So I want to clear the height tool now and you stop looking at the keyboard. And work on this section here. I think I want to keep a little bit of, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Like I was thinking of just putting one strand like this on here, but maybe I could just do that later on. Like it's not that important to do it now. I like how this looks. So I'll keep this and then I'll add on to it a little bit more. I think that looks really nice. I was thinking of live streaming this because like I don't really know what I want to keep and what I want to show in the tutorial. And I think in the tutorial I'll probably just show like a few seconds of this. You're not sure, like do I take like clips of this and be like, oh, and this is how I use the crease tool and stuff. I don't really know. But if I have it on live stream, then I can have just like the whole thing captured and saving my computer space. Effective that way. So just a crease tool is not really that interesting to me. So I'm going to the planner tool to, and that looks nice, to like add this kind of, I would say that these are kind of like a coral-ish texture, which kind of matches the vibe going on with her. As usual, like I have no idea what's going on. I'm just like going in and out and hoping for the best. But like I've already done quite a few inwards So I'm guessing that for this one, I want to go outwards. Sometimes I make the decisions like that. That looks really nice. And that is this part done. Wow, I'm like on the roll today. And the only thing I don't like about maybe I need to hide this now. Wait, let me hide this first before I talk about what I don't like. The only thing I don't like about the planner tool, or like the tools by default, is it too bright right now? I guess it's alright. Is that the is that the edges here are quite blunt. And I think I quite like to talk about like how I prefer sharper points like that. But I don't know whether I don't know whether this is something that I should change from like the stroke. Like I don't really see I don't really know whether there's a tapering kind of brush stroke anyway. So I kind of like make do with that by stacking. This looks quite cool. By stacking up the strokes kind of quite close together like that, you see. So it sharpens this edge a bit. But I guess I don't really have the, but this is getting quite close to the hidden areas. I don't really have the muscle memory for this yet. I hope that I can build it pretty fast. And that looks nice. Let's go into the crease tool. Also have to be careful when I'm going so close to each other that sometimes like going in and going out again at the same place kind of makes it too I was thinking about something else. Like it kind of makes it look really flat. So I'll need to be careful about that. And again, this is another curved area, so it's a bit difficult for me. Like too many plane changes. And this is too similar, so I need to undo that. I find it so much easier to work on this kind of flatter areas than something like this. And sometimes when I feel like it's too uniform, then use the drag tool to squeeze. Use the drag tool to squeeze all the details in together. And then that will create the high contrast details without doing anything extra. And I try not to make it too uniform too. I don't feel like that's difficult for me. I guess because this one is quite behind her, I'm just going to do really big shapes like that. Like, I would say that the progress is a lot faster than I was thinking that I'll need to make. And then squiggle the lines like this. Yes, making like messy lines is such a good way to create this kind of details like that. It's so good. Such a good way to make organic lines. And then this part, because it's an edge, I need to be careful with this. I'll make it wrap around like this. I really like to sculpt hair. I think that's why when I thought of doing, I've always wanted to do a mermaid piece too. Because like over the years I've seen so many artists doing mermaid stuff in the month of May. But I always feel like I couldn't do it. And so this year I was like, oh, I really want to sculpt a mermaid. And so I did. But then May is almost gone. So let's try to do this fast. So one of the things that I like to draw a lot last time is very long hair. But I feel like I haven't really sculpted really long hair like this. So one of the things that I didn't know what to do with the mermaid piece, but I knew that I wanted to do a lot of hair. So that one was like pretty much settled on the first day of planning what to do with this. I immediately like start pulling out the spear and make her hair super long, because who doesn't like to sculpt hair and stuff? Okay. I think that's not bad. This one's a bit straight, but oh, maybe that looks nice. And see the back. It's not too bad because this is like the lower portion of a hair. Like let's say if I put the camera angle like this, then it's not visible. I guess I have to think about this camera angle now. So not this one. I guess I'm trying to find an angle that showcases the different areas of the hair. Maybe like this, and then I'll add this as a view. So from this angle, it's not, this part is not that visible, so it's good. Choose it very dark. This part is still quite blank, so I'm going to use the planner tool now and just go at it. So I really like stuff like this, but orange means that that's back facing. So I'll just go in and just like smooth it out a little bit. Like this. Oh, this looks so nice. This looks really nice too. I feel like sometimes when working on the edges of the sculpt, when working on the edges of the sculpt, like there is like a higher chance of getting really nice looking patterns. And I feel like it's partly because Planner Tool relies on the normals of the sculpt. So when there's a curve like this, it just gives so much more variations. Of course, not all the time, but when it does work, then it looks really nice. Like this. Even something like this looks pretty nice. That looks so gorgeous. I feel like so many times my like things are not going my way, and when it does go my way, it feels really, I feel happy, you know. Sometimes you can use the way that Nomad can't like figure out which side is the front, which side is the back, to, well, I like to use it to my advantage. Like, you see these areas here, like that, and then I'll smooth it out. Or like these areas, because it kind of creates another plane change, and it's like it's a free detail that I can make use of. Like, what's not to like about that? I feel like the mask is really helping for just keeping my throat humid. Haven't been coughing. Oh my god. Yes. Sometimes when I haven't seen an area for a while, and then I come back to it, I'm like, wow, that looks so pretty. That's probably why you see me like doing this all the time. I'm just admiring. And sometimes I have to do that to keep myself, to get myself going. You see how pretty this looks like? It's really beautiful like this. Just take a second to admire this random stroke. I feel like it's not really working out. I'm going to use the crease tool now. Shaky hands, shaky hands. I need to hide this area now. Where was I? Oh no, where was I drawing? I guess this one. Okay, I'm just going to... What was that? What did I do just now? I feel like when I'm working on the curved areas, I don't really know what to talk about. I'm just struggling. Like, I just want to get it like over and done with. Like, there's some areas like that. Like, there's some areas that I really like to work on, like this areas like here. But something like this, like it's just a lot less enjoyable. So I'm going to bring this back now because I'm starting to get really close. Which one is it? This one. Muscle memory is not there. I think it's probably also because I injured my thumb. So I partially torn this ligament from doing a bad safety roll. It was my fault. I have no excuse. I guess the good thing is that now I know how to do a proper safety roll. Actually, do I? Do I know how to do? Okay, let's see if I learn from my lesson. Kind of. I don't know. So normally I use my thumb for this, and I'm going to mention that, and I'll be mentioning that in in the tutorial. But normally I'll be using my thumb, but now everything is kind of a bit different because I can't use my thumb. The hand goes through here, but I'm not sure whether I want to just cut a hole open or something. But I guess when I get my thumb back in action, then maybe the muscle memory that I'm building now it's kind of pointless, I guess. Okay, thinking back about how this year has been, I think it's been quite productive. I'm quite proud of myself. Like even the act of like keeping the chat, the live chat open on live streams, I feel like that would be unthinkable for me when I first started live streaming. And yeah, it's like thinking about or like recalling or even being aware of these kind of things. I feel like it is a muscle memory on its own to do that. So yeah, I'm quite proud of myself. And I'm glad that I could do it. I can do it now because then I can catch the live stream comments when it happens. And then when it comes to climbing, now I can do a toe hook. I've been training my heel hooking. I learned how to do safety roll this year. So like the roll that you see in my video that I recorded, I guess that is like a few months of practice. But am I remembering wrong? But that safety roll, I think I couldn't do it before this year. So that's something really that's really awesome. proud of myself. It's like, damn, learn how to safety roll. Oh my god, this ear just doesn't. Oh, that looks nice. The head, I'm not really sure though. Like, do I go behind like that? I feel like it's too intentional that way. I think it has to go over her hand. But then it's the intersection fine. Unless I push it back. I guess it doesn't matter. I can just paint away the intersection. Yeah, I like it so much when it does this. Yeah, I feel like there's still this stigma about talking about like mental struggles. Let me see this. It's not working on this. Use the crease tool. There's still a stigma about talking about mental struggles, which I find it's quite heartbreaking if I think about it. And I feel like for one thing, like only people who are able to power through it and be successful in life can like get away with just not dealing with their like whatever that they have to deal with. But the other thing which I find, which is quite frustrating, is that if these kind of things are stigmatized, that it kind of stops the discussion from happening in the first place. And then like to me it's all about like practice. I feel like if the conversation doesn't happen, that most people don't really know how to deal with it. Which I feel like is a big part of like why I decided to try and figure things out. Because I want to learn how to deal with it. But yeah, I consider myself lucky that I can be like more open about it, I guess. But then again, maybe I'm like fucking up my life right now. 10 years later I'm gonna look back and be like what the hell did you do to yourself? I guess I'll never know. There's always this uncertainty of the future. Like, I don't know whether I'll mess it up. And it is really terrifying. But yeah, I'm feeling terrified, but what to do? I just need to keep moving my hand. Okay, this part is a bit... Oh my god, this part is difficult. Yeah. What the hell is this? I don't really know what I want to do with this section, but I think it should curve around like this. Oh my god, I just look at my... Stop! Stop looking at... I need to build the muscle memory. See, it looks so messy up close, right? But when you look from far, it's so messy. Why is everything so hard? Oh my god. I thought this part would be easy, but I'm struggling so much. Oh, maybe if I turn it out like that and turn it in. Oh, that looks nice, I think. Have to be careful with smoothing out thinner meshes because it might go through to the other side. I don't really like to use smooth tool for front facing vertex for a smooth tool because I feel like it kind of, I think for one thing it doesn't really do anything, I think, or at least for my messy meshes, it doesn't really do that much. I need to do this. I think it's, oh man, it's so even. Oh my god, this tree is so even. Oh, I hate this. And nothing is, and I look at my keyboard again and you stop it. Well, this area is not working out, so just move on. Let's work on this. Normally with really big flat areas like this, then I'll like go inwards with the planer tool because there's more chances of it creating these curved things. If I go out like that, it's really flat. Almost nice, I think. Yes, there's something I need to check. Okay, getting close. For big areas like this, you can just go with like one long brush stroke. And just squiggle it a bit like that. And it will work out somehow. Somehow. Oh my god, this whole area to do. Okay, that's this. Something I like with the planner tool too is like how aggressive it is sometimes. Like it really helps to like eat into the clay sometimes. Like this. See like this edge right here? Like that's really nice. I'm going to smooth it out a bit to keep it. Do I cut this now? I think I can probably cut this. So a split tool. Where is it? Split. Which one? Oh man. Okay, let's just try this. Oh my gosh, I've saved. That was so scary. Oh my god, my heart. I should have saved. Luckily, nothing happened. Okay, so the cut wasn't really made that well, but I think it's fine. See that kind of like separation like this? It just gives a lot more detail. So let's smooth this out and make it thinner because it's separated right now. It doesn't have to be so thin though. Do I like that? Maybe. Okay. Nice. There's also something I like with splitting things up. That's not. Is that it's very easy to rotate them. And this is not working out. And I'm going to hide the end into this mesh. Like that. And this looks nice. Yes, I like this thing. Although I wish that I could rotate this out a bit. And that looks very nice. And then okay, somehow that works. I don't know what I did. And I guess there's a lot of crease tool on this. So going in with the planet tool to give variations. I guess that's the thing, like using different tools to give variations. It's not working out. Oh my god, I ended it too many times. No. think something else I noticed is that, like, when things don't really go as planned, I don't really let that like bring me down as much anymore. And I think that a big part of it is just like the thing with the daily journaling. I feel that it's easier for me to think about the good things that happen in life. And then with posting on Twitter every day, like there is this satisfaction from realizing that I am learning, that I'm always improving every day. And I feel like that is something that I value a lot. Which is also why I can keep doing my daily routine so consistently for so long. I mean, yeah, I guess like maybe 10 years would be considered long. But I think I haven't really stuck on doing something every day for a year plus. So I will think of that as a long time. Okay, like this. But like the night rain sculpt, I guess earlier this year I was planning to finish it before May. And I know that that's impossible right now. I want to get back to it though. I guess the important thing is that I remember, like last time when I'll just focus on like, oh, I plan to have that done in May, and then I'll forget about everything else, which is not really a good way to think about things. But I know with the daily posting that I have been doing quite a lot recently. And of course I want to post all the new art that I've done on Instagram soon. But yeah, it's a lot easier for me to not get like dragged down by not meeting like my own expectations. I will get back to the night rain sculpt. Oh my god, night rain sculpt. When am I going to do it? Yeah, I'm really thankful that I stuck on to doing things that I don't even understand why I'm doing. Because it's like, it's only a year and a half later. Oh, I guess close to 2 years for posting every day. That I realized like, oh, this is why I did it. I feel like I'm reaching the end of this. I want to work on her tail because I want to show you how I'm going to deal with it. I think right now it looks a little bit too like uniform for me. I think something else that I noticed too, like I just noticed it today, is that I have a lot more color in my daily postings. Why is this? Maybe I should make this thicker. Yeah, I have a lot more colors right now on my daily post, which is kind of insane if I think about it, because like I used to just do either black and white stuff because I was just like really afraid of doing color. And this is too thin. This is kind of like the problem with dealing with thin meshes sometimes. You just try to make it a bit thicker. Like thin meshes will look nice, but then it's just hard to deal with. And I just look at my keyboard again. But yeah, like I'm like by default working with a lot more colors now, and that's really awesome. That's really cool for me. And I feel like I can't live without coloring my sculpts now. Let me see what it looks like. Yeah, I used to work on sculpts like this, like just not that colored, I guess. And I guess if I choose a different matte cap like this, yeah, I'm just recalling how I did a lot of the, like a big part of Maximus sculpt like this. I feel like I can't do that anymore. Yeah, this looks quite nice. Maybe this is nice. No, it's just a bit bright. Where is it? I guess at some point I'm thinking like, when do I stop doing things of, like, I think with the daily journaling I'm not going to stop, but with posting daily on threads, because it's mostly just for like my own self benefit in some sense, even if I'm posting about tips on the things that I learn and all that, like, I know that sometimes it's a bit too tailored to what I'm doing, like too personal, that is probably not really that useful for anyone. So it's like, at what point do I stop? At what point do I stop posting every day? But then another thought that I have would be that, like, I guess it would be cool if I can like speed up somehow magically speed up my workflow, and then I'm like posting like cool shit every day. Like, I guess that'd be like, yeah, that'd be fucking awesome, but it feels a bit impossible for me right now. I guess like it just feels impossible for me, so maybe eventually I'll just stop. I also don't really know like how long I'm going to do all these live streaming stuff. Because in some sense, if I'm doing the tutorials more consistently, then everything's just going to be on the tutorial, right? Oh my god, stop it. I need to... Which one was it? Was it you? Okay, I'm going to bring this up. So having the macro keys like this will help for, and like relying on this to, gee, it looks quite scary like that. Relying on the macro keys to this image to feel your, like where the thing is, will also help to build muscle memory. You know what, I think it's really helping having the keys here. I should have done it so much sooner. Yeah. Should have done it sooner. Trying to make the ends as thin as I can, but it's always very hard to do this. Oh my god, it's so difficult. There's something else that like this one, turn this, and that looks nice. Okay. I guess something else I realized is that in some way the daily posting would be like a good indicator of how much mental capacity I have to do all this work. Like right now, this kind of thing still feels quite hard on my brain. So I feel like it should get easier with more practice and more like in time. So maybe if I just keep up with posting every day, that slowly I'll be able to see like the things that I can post every day gets better and better. I think that would be really cool to see if it's even possible. Maybe it's not even possible. It's just me being very optimistic, I guess. And I know how that usually doesn't work out for me. Is that almost everything? Yes. Okay, there's still this part. I don't know what's going on over here. So that's a pinch mesh like this. I'll just go down in resolution, smooth it out like that. Yeah, eventually there'll be a tutorial about how I use dynamic topology. But I think I still kind of need to think about that one. Because like it's so open-ended, I guess, with dynamic topology. I don't even know what sculpt I want to do for it. It's like so far I've been kind of like intuitively feeling which sculpt I want to use for my tutorials. Like for the macropad, I was like, I'm definitely going to use this sculpt. I mean, because I have to finish it in May anyway. But somehow I felt like this sculpt was the one for it. I don't know why. But I just felt like it. But with dynamic topology, I'm not really sure. Like, maybe it's a sculpt that hasn't existed yet. Because I'll just wait for the feeling to come. I mean, I still haven't filmed my part 2 and 3 of my symmetry tutorial. Okay, this part. Yeah, I really need to work on those two parts. Oh my god, there's still this whole part here. And yeah, just do a little bit on this. Oh look, a stern. Still a bit messy though, so I will do that. Rotate you this way, you out that way. It's always so fun to like once I'm done with the details, to go in with the drag tool and just drag the shit out of everything. Okay. I feel like with the ends is always difficult to figure out which direction I want it to go. Like, it's hard to figure out which direction makes it look pretty, I think. Like, does going down look nice? I guess it does. And fix the side view. This part feels a bit too big. I think adding that like inward curve helps to lighten the weight a bit. Like, I'm not really sure how to explain, but sometimes like, I think the overall volume of this is not that much different, but just changing the direction of it, it does make it more like, it does make it more lightweight. So I'm always looking for that lightweight feeling. What we're talking about. Sometimes putting a sharp edge, like sharpening the edges of things, also helps to keep it more lightweight. Even though the volume is pretty similar, it still makes a huge difference in the way that it feels. So now that the hair is kind of settled, although this part is this part's a bit too even. Maybe that looks nice. So like, sometimes I like to undo, redo, and see what it looks like. At this point, I'm fine-tuning the different areas. like checking the different angles that I've missed out. And then let's add a strand. I'm gonna pull this out again. So pull this out and then create split tool. Oh my gosh, I saved. Oh my god. Save. It's always so scary when the app just takes a really long time to process. And then turn on dynamic topology. Okay, let's inflate this first. Turn on dynamic topology for the drag tool, and then I'm going to start pulling this. And change the angles. Pull this out like haven't used the gizmo tool in a while, so let's use the gizmo tool to help move this a bit. See, it kind of helps to break up this kind of large shapes like this, I think. And then I'm just going to, it's getting a bit too thin, which is fine, but like not when I'm moving things around like this. And sometimes like you see this detail here. Sometimes I try to use what I can and connect the dots. So maybe it might be cool for it to do whatever this thing is doing right now. Like it makes the random parts more intentional. I think that's always something that should be done. So it goes around like this, it goes maybe you can just go in there. Or maybe it goes in. Maybe it goes in there. And then I'll break this up by splitting this. So now this is by itself. I've been really liking doing this kind of like split off to create hair strands. So I think that looks nice. So it's a little bit borderline matching this. So no. So I'm gonna change this up a little bit like that. Just so that it's not matching up. So that looks a lot better like this. And then this one, not really sure. And this looks quite nice. I'm going to draw in a bit to integrate this better. I think I'll do one more strand here, and then I'll move on to the tail. So I'm going to drag this out. And then split this. It's not working out. Somehow I felt like it was going to be very straightforward, but somehow I'm struggling a lot with this shape. Why? Okay, we need to stop. Okay. This one still feels quite heavy. So I'm going to do this. It's looking so pretty. right now the color is here because I was thinking that the color blend looks nice, but it still kind of looks quite messy, I think. I kind of feel like this already looks quite complete, but maybe I will just I don't even know how I made this. You just move this out. So a method I've been using to integrate the hair like this is to like draw baby hairs, and this is when drawing on, like let's say if I go down, if I draw inwards, then I'm going to draw outwards at around the same place, and then that creates quite a flat stroke. I feel like that's been quite effective at, I guess in this case maybe it'll be her gills or something. I think that looks quite nice. We want to move this like that, and then do the other side. Then make sure that there's a curve on the different angles. And I want to put a hair strand here, but I'll do it next time. Because I'm also not sure how I want the hair strand to be like. So now I can work on this. Just making sure that the groupings are good. So you can see, because my hair is in a group, whenever I split the hair off, it will just be in the same group. So that's one way that I keep my outliner neat, this way. So I'm going to do the tail. And I'm going to save a new version. And also duplicate this in case I mess up, because I don't know what I'm doing right now. So the main idea that I have would be so I have this base mesh. There's some limitations to the curve repeater, and that's why it's making these weird shapes. I was thinking that it wouldn't matter that much, because okay, let's hide. I'm going to merge all of them together, and then that way I can do like more organic sculpting on them. And this is my first time trying this out. Yeah, I got my throat. But it's my first time trying this out, and I really don't know if it's going to work out or it's going to mess up. I'm going to close as many gaps as I can. But before that, I'm going to work on I don't really know. Do I want to? Do I want to add patterns to this? Do I want to, or do I not? Maybe I'll keep this center piece Here, this looks not bad. So I'm going to clone this, put it away like this. And now I'm going to merge these together. Not sure that I want the fins to be together though. Should I just split the fins up now? I split it later. Oh my god, I split it now or later. Maybe I split it. Maybe I split it now. Okay. Split. I'll show you in a moment what I'm planning to do. I just need to so I have this mesh now. I think I'm pretty happy with it. I'm going to keep this too as a backup. And I'm going to join all of them together. And then let's decimate this first. Making full use of my RAM right now. Actually, that was quite scary, like 6 million. And then I'm going to merge this. Here, I should clone this first. No shit. Still shit. Yeah, maybe I don't need to. It might not work out. Okay, let me bring up the stats. Stats. I think once the tail is done, like most of it is pretty much set. Where was the stats? I don't remember where the stats are. Oh, here. Okay, let me try and see whether this crashes. I'm gonna try this. Yeah, I think it's not working out. Yeah, maybe I can just keep it like this then. So in my head, I was thinking that I'll just does this look nice? Yeah, not really sure. Yeah, maybe the default is better. And this is why we have backups. Maybe what I can do would be to just keep this as it is. And then I'll just fix everything in paint. Yeah, I think a lot of the times things don't work out like that. And I think that is pretty normal to experience. I think. It's not too bad, I guess. I guess in my head I was thinking I want to do something like this. And I kind of thought that maybe I would want to merge everything together, but I think it wasn't a good idea. I think maybe something like this works out even better. Yeah, maybe this works out. You like how shiny this is. Not sure what. Yeah, roughness 0. And this one. I feel like for the fins, I kind of want to do like a similar vibe to the fighter fish. So I think I guess the length is good. Yeah, maybe it's fine. Maybe this is good enough. Maybe I'll just give it more. I'm just making it worse. Oh wait, I forgot to turn on dynamic topology. I feel like what I said earlier about how my daily posting would be a good idea of, like, gives a good guideline of how much mental capacity I have for my work. I feel like I'm kind of gassed out already. I feel like whatever I do with this is just ruining it. Guess that is not bad. but I'll just do whatever I can. I don't know how to sculpt fins. Oh, there's always a first for everything. You guys should look at how other people sculpt fishes. And mermaids, I guess. But I'm quite happy with the progress. I don't know whether I want to fix the hands. I feel like I don't really need to because it's so small. Just fixing the really bad areas. I think I need to make a better base mesh for the hands in the future because I don't really like how it looks like. But it's such a small area. And this one is also quite hidden. So this part doesn't really matter, I think. I'll figure out this somehow. Let me just add this part first. And that looks quite nice. Hello, Art of Chahu. Sorry for mispronouncing your name, but thank you for tuning in. You're just in time. It's kind of like done. I'm done for today. I'm done. Let me just look at it as a whole. Well, even if it's not done, my brain is like really fried right now. So, but I'm really happy with I'm really happy that I managed to finish the things that I want. I mean, the main thing was the hair. Although I feel like from some angles it's not. From this angle, I'm not really sure about it. Not sure. But from these angles, it's really nice. I think part of it is also that the lighting in Nomad Sculpt. Let me see. The lighting in Nomad Sculpt is like there's some parts where I feel like there should be ambient occlusion, like here. But maybe I'm missing something out. Yeah, yes. I finished what I set out to do today. So I'm really happy. Maybe I'll just like I'm not sure, should I bring it to Blender? Oh, actually I should do this a bit. Just to hide this messy part a bit. And then I'll stop this stream here. I feel like this is so far the one of the fastest that I've sculpted. So I hope that oh my god, why is this? So I hope that is interesting to look at, since everything is I think was done pretty fast today. So this was like how it was before, and this how it is now. Hey, thanks for tuning in, and I'll work on my macropad tutorial next. I don't know when I'll next live stream. But yeah, thank you for listening in to my stupid rambles. But I just want to share, like, take every small win that you can and build good habits. It really goes a long way. And I'll see you in the next one. I need to probably do it this way. It looks like the fishes are swimming. Oh, we need to show our face like one way, and then it will look like they're swimming around her. But I guess the defocus is a bit wonky if it's a turntable. Oh look. That's quite dope. It looks like animated, this whole thing. It's so funny. And the back was dugong there. I'm gonna put this on screen for another 5 seconds before I go. I hope that you guys have a good week. I'll see you all in my next tutorial. Good night.